11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Young. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Lord, thank you for allowing us to be in this space one more time. We thank you for allowing us to wake up. We thank you for allowing us to be in this melanated space right now with so many beautiful people here, eager and willing to hear how great things can happen in this house. We thank you for those of us who are in this legislative space, because our hope and goal is to make sure we're serving, and we're prayerful that we will continue to listen to the people who we serve and the people who are counting on us to deliver great things for them. We pray that you continue to exercise our thoughts and our words and our minds and our actions to be responsive to the needs of all. We also pray, Lord, that those who are here visiting us today will offer words of encouragement and a collaboration to ensure that all of us are using our hands and our hearts to do great things, because that's what you ask of us as we represent you in all things that we think, say, and do. In your name, Jesus, I pray these things. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at arms, please open the doors of the House. Without objection, the approval of the journal from Monday, May the 5th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, please take your seats so we can acknowledge our guests. We are fortunate to have more guests today than we have had all year. Please take your seats so we can acknowledge all of our guests. The House will come to order. The chair grants permission to Hunter Vaughn with WPXI to take videography for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. In the gallery, our colleagues at Serve Westmoreland, Representatives Nelson and Cooper, have some special guests. This morning, we are thrilled to welcome the Greensburg Central Catholic High School volleyball team. This championship team recently won the 1A State PIAA Championship for the third time in school history. The Greensburg-Salem boys bowling team is also here as they won a state championship. The Hempfield area girls bowling team is also here as they won a state championship. And the Hempfield area high school's political action club is here. Westmoreland students, champions, action club, welcome to the floor of the House. In the back of the House, it is the chair's honor to welcome to the floor for the first time in a long time the Good Brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. They are visiting today with Al Spivey, their fraternity, which my late uncle was a proud member of. Rest in peace, Ray McIver, Beta Gamma Maid. It was founded in 1911 at the Howard University, and we are so thrilled to have these men here. Omega Psi Phi, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the back of the House, our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Miller, has Christina Booger, Terry Greenberg, and Deb Larson. All of them are shadowing him today. Christina, Deb, and Terry, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the back of the House, the chair, along with my colleagues that serves William Penn, that includes Representatives Boyd, Curry, thank you for the assistance, it's not in the script. Young, we all serve William Penn School District very proudly, and we have students from the William Penn School District's Superintendent's Student Leadership Advisory Council, along with our superintendent, Dr. Eric B. Coates, and school administrators, school board directors, and parents. Student Leadership Council, along with your superintendents in William Penn, please stand so we can properly welcome you. The chair is also grateful to have some other special guests in the rear of the House, the outstanding advocates from the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Pennsylvania chapter. These members are here for their Advocacy Day. Their coalition was formed in 1970 and launched nationally in 1981. Their mission is advocacy on behalf of women of color in areas of health, education, and economic empowerment. Special shout out to the president who's in my district and the social action chair, my good friend Amber Harris. Please stand, National Coalition. Thank you for being here today. To the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleague from Philadelphia, Representative Bellman, has some special guests here. Please take your seats and cease your conversation. Representative Bellman this morning joined with Representative Barton in hosting the Commonwealth Prayer Advocacy Day. As a result, they have some special guests joining us that were at the prayer breakfast this morning. We are thrilled to welcome Pastor Ted Winsley. He's the lead pastor for the Family Church in Voorhees, New Jersey, and he is the champion to the world. He's the chaplain to the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. We also have Representative Bellman's pastor, Bishop Millicent Hunter, who I've been a fan of since I was a little girl, pint-sized me, saying scriptures, you wouldn't remember this, in the early 1990s at St. Joseph's Baptist Church, along with Reverend Linda Pratt and Kyle Glover, who's in the back from Baptist Worship Center. Would you all stand? Thank you for praying for us this morning. This morning, Representative Schweier, that serves the Lehigh, has some constituents to the left of the speaker. We have his constituents, Jonathan, Nicole, James, and Charles Harada. They are visiting the Capitol and touring. Harada family, welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you. In the rear of the House, we also have our local prayer leaders, Rob and Bonnie Fields. Please stand. Thank you for hosting us for breakfast every Wednesday. And thank you for praying for us as well. Our colleague, Representative Kutz, right in Cumberland County, has the Teach Plus Pennsylvania Science Reading Work Group here. These are teachers from all across the Commonwealth, and they are teaching the science of reading in our schools. Please stand. Thank you all for your advocacy and being with us this morning. Representative Labs in Bucks County has a special guest here, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. We have Wayne and Linda Bishop. Wayne and Linda, are you able to stand? Please stand so we can see you. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our caucus administrator from Delaware County, Representative Kruger, has some special guests that are back for their Advocacy Day. We are thrilled to welcome the Sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. We have the Great Lakes Regional Director, Gwendolyn Kirtley, and Tamara Abney, my good friend from Allegheny County, Mrs. Pennsylvania International 2024, and the wife of Representative Ariane Abney. There are over 300 Sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha visiting the Capitol today, the first and the finest. You're here. Why don't you stand up so we can give you a round of applause? For the colleagues' awareness, there will be more groups joining us. Thank you for your patience. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Colleagues, we have two groups that have just joined us. Our colleagues that serve Blair, Representatives Schmidt and Barger, have in the gallery the Bishop girls basketball team who won the 2025 PIAA State Champion. Would the champions please stand all the way from Blair County? Congratulations. We also have in the gallery a group that just joined us. Our colleagues that serve Bucks County, Representatives Stats and Labs, are thrilled to welcome the Cybersonics Team 103 at Palisades High School. This is the first robotics team for Palisades High School, and they competed in the world competition in April earlier this year. Please stand. We're so glad to have the Cybersonics team. Congratulations. The chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
A report pursuant to Act 90 of 2024 from the Performance-Based Council funding regarding its 2025 final report.
The chair is in receipt of an actuarial note from the Independent Fiscal Office regarding the following, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 754, penders number 778, as amended by Amendment A158 and Amendment A00446.
The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bills. House Bill 30, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 87, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 554, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? House Bill 668, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 997, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 1067, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1263, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1359, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. House Bill 1343 to the Committee on Professional Licensure. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. Colleagues in the gallery, we have some students that just arrived. Our colleague that serves Washington, Representative Cook, has the student advisors from the West Green School District, Southeastern Green School District, California Area School District, and the Carmichaels Area School District. They are here to learn about the legislative process. Students from Washington and Greene counties, please stand. We're so glad to welcome you. Representative Davidson, that serves Dauphin County, has a group that just arrived in the gallery. The Susquehanna Appalachian Trail Club is being honored today. They recently received the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources Volunteer Award for their work on the Horseshoe Trail relocation. Susquehanna Appalachian Trail Club, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representatives Schaefer and Venkat that serve Allegheny County have some special guests seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. Colleagues, we have Warren Woody Hoberg, who's here. Dr. Hoberg is a Pittsburgh native, an MIT graduate with a bachelor's degree in aeronautics. He's earned a doctorate degree in electrical engineering and computer sciences. He's a pilot and an astronaut. Colleagues, he's a pilot and an astronaut. He joined NASA in 2017. His missions in space include the first flight launching to the International Space Station as the pilot of the SpaceX Crew 6 mission, where he logged 186 days in space. Let us welcome Dr. Hoberg to the floor of the House. Please stand. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, the chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 771, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1396, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 135, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 462, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 464, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 5th, 2025. House Bill 1401, House Bill 1402, House Bill 1403, House Bill 1404, House Bill 1405, House Bill 1407, no 6 to Education. Referrals May 6, 2025. House Bill 1398, Education. House Bill 1409, House Bill 1414, both to Finance. Senate Bill 518, Games and Fisheries. House Resolution 229, House Bill 1411, both to Health. House Bill 1406, Housing and Community Development. House Bill 1399, House Bill 1400, House Bill 1412, Senate Bill 255, all those to Judiciary. House Bill 1413, Liquor Control, House Bill 1408, State Government, House Bill 1415, and Senate Bill 466, to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
The chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, May 5th, resolved, the House of Representatives concurring, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, May 12th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of May 12th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. colleagues, we have another group that has arrived. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County has in the gallery the Pennsylvania Academy of Family Physicians visiting the Capitol today. Would these family physicians please stand? Some are current and some are future. Thank you for taking care of our families all across the state. The House will temporarily be at ease. House will come to order. We thank the patience of our guests for their time to get into the gallery and be acknowledged. This afternoon, our colleague from Chester County, Representative Williams, has some special guests, the Black Student Union from Coatesville Area High School. Coatesville, Black Student Union, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Glad to have you. Our colleague that also serves Chester County, Representative Schusterman, has Kingdom Tang, her legislative district office intern here. Kingdom, if you're able, would you please stand? Thank you for being here and thank you for your hard work. Our colleague that serves Fayette, Representative Warner, has students from the Fraser Middle School touring and visiting the Capitol. Fraser, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Jones, who serves Lebanon and Lancaster, has some of his legislative district office team members here. Candace Kostick, Sharon Ogilvy, and Braden Weaver. Would you all stand? Thank you for your hard work in the 98th Legislative District. Representative Reichert, who serves Franklin, has his district office team member Josh Peters and his legislative intern Natalie Staziri here in the Capitol today. If you all are in the gallery, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Vinkit from Allegheny County has his legislative district office. Gideon Lauda in the Capitol today. Gideon, are you here? If so, please stand. Welcome. Representative Stats, who serves Bucks County, has some special guests. Students from the Regina Academy at St. John Baptist Student Council is here today. With the Student Council, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will be prepared to caucus at 12:30. 12:30, we will be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Owlett, for a caucus announcement.
Speaker, Republicans will caucus at 12:30 and be prepared to be on the floor at 12:30 and be back here at 2. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Housing, or no, this is not correct, on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. House Bill 463, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 804, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 921, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 967, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 1216, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? I recognize the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Harris, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. Chair is glad to recognize our last groups in the House. We have some folks in the gallery. Our colleague that serves Clinton and Union counties, Representative Borowitz, has some special guests. 7th and 8th grade students are here from the Lock Haven Catholic School. Lock Haven, please stand. We're glad to welcome you. Also, our colleague that serves Bucks County, Representative Stats, has students from the Regina Academy at St. John Baptist Student Council. They are touring the Capitol today. Would Regina Academy students from Bucks County please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. The House will stand in recess until 2:00 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2 o'clock having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Jason Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bills. House Bill 846, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Jordan A. Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 81, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 265, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 355, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 378, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 789, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 820, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 926, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 993, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1057, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1117, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals May 6, 2025. House Resolution 230 to state government.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 198, printer's number 1382, on page 9 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating May 6, 2025 as AKA Day at the Capitol in Pennsylvania in recognition of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 197, the nays are 6. The resolution is adopted. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of April 2025 as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in Pennsylvania to promote public awareness of the Sikh faith, recognize the important contributions of the Sikh community, and combat anti-Sikh bigotry, introduced by Representative Gina Curry.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 195, the nays are 8. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 103, printers number 1113 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 30 to provide rules and penalties regarding abandoned boats and boats that are derelict or at risk of becoming derelict.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House will come to order. House will come to order. Members, we have an important guest to recognize who's here as a guest of Representative Stephanie Borowitz from Clinton and Union County. Up in the gallery, we have Mallory Grove here today to shadow her. Welcome, Mallory. Thanks for being here. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 96, printers number 0079 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill protects vulnerable individuals at risk of losing their homes.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Schaefer offers amendment A00439. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When this bill was first brought before the Commerce Committee, I reached out to the prime sponsor, Representative Pielli, and to ask if we could expand it to allow from duplicate delinquent notices for just older adults to include anyone who wanted to be able to receive a delinquent notice. So I'm asking your support for Amendment 0049. I believe these notices could be helpful not only for our older adults, but for anyone that might be away from their homes for a significant period of time, or truly anyone that may need assistance with or reminders in paying their bills. To sign up for these notices is optional for homeowners. The homeowner would still need to contact the taxing bureau to have these notices sent. I ask and encourage a yes vote on Amendment 439 to help homeowners remain in their homes.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Pielli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an agreed upon amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Chair
Speaker.
thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 504, printers number 1481 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides community energy facilities.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair reminds the members if they wish to speak today, please use the talk button on your desk. Representative Stambaugh offers Amendment A00454. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Stambaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Amendment A00454, which, like the underlying bill, would finally authorize local solar energy development, sometimes called community solar, in Pennsylvania. But this amendment, if adopted, would allow this to proceed in a much more fair, affordable, and responsible way. And let me explain. First of all, I'd like to thank a colleague from Lehigh County for moving this legislation forward. I've long been an advocate for local solar, which I see as an avenue for rural economic development. For example, a farmer with property in proximity to an electric distribution substation or tap point could lease a 20-acre swath of his land for a local solar array and earn sufficient income to keep the rest of his or her land in agricultural use or open space. Several years ago, the Center for Rural Pennsylvania held hearings on this issue and had farmers from Maryland testify at how the revenue from local solar, which is allowed in the Free State, it had allowed them to resist development pressures and to keep their farms in operation. Let's define what local solar is for a minute. We're not talking about the utility scale farms that are 50, 100, even 200 acres of solar panels that swallow up gobs of prime farmland. We're talking about systems that would at most encompass about 25 acres, basically a corner of a farm or an open lot, and it would only be practical if the parcel was close to a substation. My amendment, Mr. Speaker, like the underlying legislation, allows Pennsylvania's rate-regulated electric distribution companies to establish local energy generation programs for the benefit of Commonwealth ratepayers. There is no mandated participation and no state funding is required. However, as I noted in my opening remarks, I believe my amendment delivers local solar in a fairer, more affordable manner, ensures project costs are supported only by the program subscribers, not by a utility's entire customer base. Cross-subsidization is a major concern for local solar. I would think everyone here would agree that making all ratepayers cover what only a few can use is not fair. The underlying bill, I would note and emphasize for my colleagues, only requires that these costs somehow be minimized across the entire customer base. My amendment further provides subscribers with a simple process where energy is generated by a local energy facility, distributed by their local utility, and regulated by the Public Utility Commission. The model I've outlined avoids the convoluted and overregulated design of the underlying bill, and that bill basically establishes energy credits and third-party administrative middlemen. I ask that my colleagues please join me in supporting this important amendment. In doing so, we will be accomplishing the same goal of providing local energy generation for Commonwealth residents without the expense and convoluted regulations and structure that are present in the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection Technology and Utilities Committee, gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon, so I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. For what purpose is the gentleman, the majority whip, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to make a motion.
Gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I motion to table A00470.
Representative Schlossberg moves that Amendment A00470 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, the chair recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So once again now, on this day number 2 of this week, we have an amendment that is in fact in order, that is in fact germane to the bill, and that I believe has great support, potentially through this aisle. And so I would ask that as we look at these motions to table, and look, I'm not going to stand up here and whine about the majority party's ability to get rid of amendments that they do not want to vote on. What I will say is it does a disservice to the Pennsylvanians who send us here to debate these issues and ultimately to vote yes or no. And it is a shame that we are not going to be able to vote on this E-Verify amendment that is in fact supported by a majority of them. I would ask for a no vote on the motion to table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the prime sponsor of the amendment, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, Amendment A0047, it's specifically, my amendment requires compliance with federal E-Verify program, which is administered by the federal government and streamlines the hiring process by providing an easy way.
Gentleman will be suspended. Reminder to the members, the underlying question is the motion to table, not the underlying intent of the amendment. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, I believe we should vote in the positive. This is an amendment that I believe would receive wide support because this utilizes federal programs.
Gentleman will suspend. Again, a reminder to the gentleman and the members of this chamber. The motion before us is whether or not to lay the amendment on the table, not the intent of the amendment. This is the second warning to the member. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should vote against this motion to table because this amendment utilizes federal dollars and is a good amendment that will make this bill better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment 00470 is laid on the table. Representative Devanzo offers Amendment A00473. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Devanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and offer Amendment A00473. The amendment simply adds combined cycle gas turbines to the list of technologies that qualify as eligible projects under House Bill 504. Combined cycle gas turbine technology is simple and time-tested. It is essential to ensuring that our thermal power plants are able to operate at the highest levels of efficiency by combining technologies deployed in both traditional gas turbines and steam turbine systems to reduce the waste of reusing its enhanced output. My amendment would ensure that the funding for an all-the-above approach in energy policies include safe, reliable, and proven way to realize optimal energy efficiency, affordability, and reliable metrics. If the aim of the underlying legislation is to make cleaner, affordable, accessible, and affordable energy, then support my amendment to help ensure that. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment A00473. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Rassel offers Amendment A00474. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Rassel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment 00474, which would amend House Bill 504. My amendment amends the definition of community energy facility by expanding its scope to include an emerging reliable source of scalable energy, small modular reactors. This bill seeks to give energy choices to our citizens and expand investment into clean energy sources of energy. Nuclear power should be among those choices. Small modular reactors offer the positives of large nuclear reactors in a form that requires less upfront capital, increased flexibility in siting, and that they are modular, so they can be produced in off-site factories and shipped for installation. Nuclear power plants provide more clean energy to the grid than any other energy source, accounting for half of the country's clean energy electricity production. This is the type of energy production we need to invest in. Please join me in bringing this opportunity for our citizens to invest in a truly clean and powerful, scalable energy generator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes again the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Kozak offers amendment A00476. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Kozak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment A00476, which would amend House Bill 504. My amendment amends the definition of community energy facility by expanding its scope to include a reliable source of energy, nuclear power. If this bill is truly about our energy future, we should not be discriminating against any sources of energy, especially clean and powerful sources of energy. Nuclear power is a clean energy that can produce up to 1 gigawatt of power. Nuclear power plants are one of the most productive and reliable sources of clean energy in the world, accounting for a large percentage of our country's clean energy production. Recently, Microsoft, a publicly traded corporation, announced it would invest the money necessary to restart 3 Mile Island, now called the Crane Clean Energy Center. The opportunity to invest in nuclear power should not be limited to trillion-dollar companies. Please join me in bringing the opportunity for our citizens to invest in a truly clean and powerful energy generator. By doing this, you will help to keep our Commonwealth's future bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Craig Williams offers amendment A00481. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Craig Williams, the gentleman from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment today would add to the definition of community energy liquid natural gas from Pennsylvania. I'd like to remind you that the underlying bill has been amended in committee to add to community solar the fact of renewable gas. So we've now expanded what is going to be counted as community energy in the context of this bill. And I would ask you to think very critically about why do we need legislation for community solar? Why do we need legislation? And the answer is very clear. It's because without law, there is no marketplace. There are no buyers on the other end for community solar. So instead, what we do is create a fictional marketplace where we have subscribers who don't live anywhere near the solar farm buying that power. Buying that power. And if they don't buy at all, the subscribers that is, then we require by law in the underlying bill the utility to buy all of the excess power, thereby creating a marketplace so these people can recover the costs. I say to you, why not do it with liquefied natural gas as well? I would like to bring to you this problem that we have to solve as a Commonwealth. We just had a capacity auction in PJM where the price was nearly $250. Last year, it was $23. The price of capacity is 10 times what it used to be, and you're seeing that already in your utility bill. And my question for you is, why is that happening? Here's the answer. The marketplace sees that we have a deficit of generation coming, and it's here. Whether it's AI, EVs, what have you, we have a deficit of generation. We have an opportunity right now to not only build community solar, renewable gas, but to add Pennsylvania's liquefied natural gas to the portfolio of those things for which we're going to create a new marketplace. And based on that, I would ask you please to cast a positive vote for Amendment 481. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Craig Williams offers amendment A00485. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 485 is the all of the above amendment. I will remind you that we right now have a proposal in the Commonwealth for a lightning energy plan, which is supposed to be all of the above, stolen from the 2008 campaign of John McCain. The all of the above strategy. And I want to remind you again, we sit on a cliff of electric generation in Pennsylvania. Right now, the electric generation load in Pennsylvania is 55% natural gas, 33.6% nuclear, 9.3% coal, wind is at 0.5%, hydro is at 0.4%, solar is in the other category at 1%. Doesn't even rise to 1% of the generation load. This amendment gives you an opportunity once and for all to put subscribers in the possibility of buying into the all of the above strategy, which we've been hearing so much about. So far, we've voted no on nuclear. We've voted no on liquefied natural gas. We voted no on combined cycle turbines. If we're going to vote yes on all of the above, Amendment 485 gives you an opportunity to do that. Will you do it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Craig Williams offers amendment A00489. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may recall that I came up and talked to you during the Solar for All bill about this problem that we have with net metering, whereby solar customers are able to avoid all of their utility costs and put it off onto other ratepayers. This amendment does the same thing in the context of community solar, which is to say that a subscriber's utility bill cannot be completely offset such that other people have to subsidize the distribution and transmission costs. This should be agreeable to both sides. This is one way of ensuring that we are not unintentionally harming ratepayers who do not subscribe to community solar and renewable gas with the passage of this bill. I urge a yes vote on Amendment 489. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the Majority Chairman of the Consumer Protection Technology and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not agreed upon. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the yeas are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Friel offers amendment A00511. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 0511. My amendment places a limit, a constraint on the size of the digesters located in our agriculture and farming community. This is a necessary amendment. It's an agreed-to amendment that simply ensures that we can't have large commercial gas production co-located on a farm. So what it does, we have kilowatt hours that are already limitations within this bill. This simply limits the fuel source that has to be used in and for agriculture and on site with the co-location of the energy production. So it just makes sure that those limits are set and as intended in the bill. I want to thank the maker of the bill for this agreed to amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The yeas are 166, the nays are 37. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Schweier offers amendment A00542. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Chairman of the Education Committee and the prime sponsor of the underlying bill, the gentleman from Lehigh, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote on A00542. This amendment is largely technical in nature, and again, I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the Republican chair of the Consumer Protection Technology and Utilities Committee, the gentleman from Somerset, Representative Metzger.
We live in a world where we have the highest energy rates in history. Our people are struggling. Your constituents are struggling. They can't pay their bills. Today, we're considering an amendment that allows the PUC to give more money to solar operators on a quarterly basis. 1 year is not enough. We are going to do it 4 times a year if we pass this amendment. 4 times that they can increase the rates to ratepayers and pay more money to the solar operators. That's what this amendment does. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 754, printers number 0778, on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the county pension law to permit pension boards to grant smaller increases in supplemental benefits rather than mandating that any increase be equal to the applicable CPI-U.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Roy offers Amendment A00147. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Roy.
You can stay there if you want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a yes vote on Amendment A00446. This amendment is very simple. It would require that a COLA is only done if a pension plan is 100% funded. Currently, the current law is if a pension plan is 80% funded or more, a county can do a COLA. This would change it to 100%. Mr. Speaker, some people say when a pension plan is at 80% funding, that's good enough, that's considered a healthy pension plan. Well, I would maintain if you talk to any retiree and told them, would you be okay if you only got 80 cents out of every dollar that you're supposed to get every month when you get your pension plan? Are you okay with that? Mr. Speaker, they would all say no. A pension plan at 80% funded is not healthy. In fact, the American Academy of Actuaries states that an 80% funding level being healthy is a myth. They state plans should have as their objective accumulating assets equal to 100% of the relevant pension obligations. Mr. Speaker, part of my legislative district is in Erie County. On January 1st of 2022, the Erie County pension plan was at 102% funded. 1 year later, on January 1st, 2023, it was only 83% funded. That's how quickly things can go bad. Imagine if a pension was at 80% funding and you had a 20% drop. Now you're at 60% funding. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to point out that our pension systems in Pennsylvania, most of them are considered mature systems. When a pension plan is first created, everybody's paying into it. Nobody is collecting a pension, so all this money piles up. Now we're at the point where there's as many people receiving pensions as there are paying into the pension plan since they're mature systems. When there's an unfunded liability, it's very hard to dig out. In this chamber, before most of us got here, the state pension plans were over 100% funded. Pension enhancements were done. Now we're, what, a $60 billion unfunded liability we're trying to dig out of? Mr. Speaker, we don't want to do that to our counties. We don't want to encourage counties to grant COLAs when they don't even have the money to pay the pensions that are already due. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on Amendment A00446. It would require a plan be 100% funded before you can do a COLA. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Erie, the prime sponsor of the underlying bill, the Representative Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not an agreed-to amendment, and I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Brett Miller offers amendment A00148. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Amendment A00148. The underlying bill seeks to amend the county pension law to permit pension boards to grant a COLA that could be any percentage up to, but no more than the applicable consumer price index for all urban consumers. This amendment won't change that. Rather, this amendment implements 3 provisions, one of which is a technical fix, and the other 2 are significant safeguarding provisions which are designed to protect the financial status of our counties, protect our taxpayers, and very importantly, secure the pension of current county retirees. First, current law requires an actuarial analysis of a proposed COLA and requires that this be reported. My amendment will require the county to report the projected cost of the COLA to the Pennsylvania Department of the Auditor General instead of the now defunct Public Employee Retirement Commission. Second, my amendment allows for a COLA but requires the county to prepay the financial obligation as determined by the actuarial study. Requiring this is important because we know that when an employee is hired by the county, the employee and the county put money aside during the working years of the employee in order to prepay the pension obligation of that employee. If a county enacts a COLA without prepaying the obligation, it weakens the pension system by increasing the payout without the commensurate addition of monies to pay for the negative cash outflow. Remember, when a COLA is given without prepaying the obligation, it always weakens the system. I repeat, when a COLA is given without prepaying the obligation, it always weakens the pension system. By requiring prepayment of the obligation, there will be no loss to the health of the pension fund. Finally, this amendment states that a county cannot take out a loan to pay the pension obligation. Few, if any, financial planners would recommend that their clients take out a loan to pay ongoing pension obligations. This provision in the amendment protects the county's pension funds by disallowing this type of financial arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the Independent Fiscal Office wrote in its actuarial note for House Bill 754, printers number 778, that because this bill, quote, facilitates the ability to provide cost of living adjustments, it could indirectly increase unfunded actuarial liabilities, unquote. The IFO goes on to write, quote, according to the Auditor General Status Report on Local Government Pension Plans in Pennsylvania, published February 2025, county pension plans have a reported unfunded actuarial liability of $1.8 billion, close quote. Mr. Speaker, I would note that last year when this bill came before us, the Auditor General reported the unfunded actuarial liability of $1.4 billion, an increase of $400 million in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in our two state pension systems what happens when increases are granted without paying for their cost. We must not let counties get into a similar situation. This amendment will still allow county officials to enact a COLA without weakening the financial strength of a county's pension fund by adding to a county's unfunded pension liability. The amendment will also protect taxpayers, current employees who haven't yet reached retirement, and retirees who are dependent on a strong pension fund. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on Amendment A0014A. Thank you,
Chair
Mr.
thanks
Speaker.
the gentleman and recognizes the prime sponsor of the underlying bill, the gentleman from Erie, Representative Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays 102. The amendment fails. Representative Schlegel offers Amendment A00158. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lebanon, Representative Schlegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as I am pleased to offer Amendment A00158, which authorizes counties to establish a defined contribution plan for their employees. This amendment provides for individual investment accounts for participating county employees, ensuring their retirement savings, that they are managed responsibly. Under this system, both employees and counties will continue and contribute to these accounts, which will be invested for long-term growth. Employees will have control over their investments, and their retirement benefits will be based on the total contributions and earnings in their accounts rather than a fixed pension. Under the current county pension law, counties are not explicitly authorized to offer defined contribution plans as a primary retirement option for employees. The law primarily establishes a defined benefit pension system where retirement benefits are calculated based on salary and years of service rather than individual investment accounts. Other municipalities in Pennsylvania can offer defined contribution plans to their employees under existing laws. The Pennsylvania Municipal Retirement System and certain municipality codes provide flexibility for local governments to establish defined contribution plans as an alternative or supplement to defined pension plans. I believe it is time to give counties the same flexibility. My bill that is in the Local Government Committee, HB 418, is currently being
Gentleman will
proposed.
suspend. Question before the House is the amendment, not the bill you referred to in your copy. Please stay on the amendment. Chair thanks the gentleman.
House Bill 754 has a focus on giving counties flexibility in determining cost of living increases. But let's not stop there. Let's truly give counties the flexibility and other municipalities already have by allowing them to establish defined contribution plans. Thank you, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes prime sponsor of the bill, gentleman from Erie, Representative Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is a not agreed to amendment, and I would ask for a no vote. Thank
Chair
you.
thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Check that. Have all the members vote. The clerk, let me start over here, folks. Where am I? Gotcha. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 926, printers number 1597 on page 3 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for Healthcare Workplace Violence Prevention Act.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally on that question? The chair recognizes prime sponsor of the legislation, the Majority Caucus Administrator, the gentlelady from Delaware, Representative Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for calling up House Bill 926, a bill that would create Pennsylvania's first Healthcare Workplace Violence Prevention Act. My colleague from Lackawanna County and I have introduced a version of this bill every session since 2019, but today is the first time in history that it's come to this floor for a vote. We have been working with nurses, paramedics, and other frontline healthcare workers for years to give these workers a seat at the table in the decision-making process as facilities assess past incidents of violence and work to prevent new violent attacks from happening. Violence occurring in the workplace is more prevalent in the healthcare industry than in any other industry. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, healthcare workers accounted for 73% of all non-fatal workplace injuries and illnesses due to violence in 2018 alone, the most recent year for which these statistics were available. 66% of members of the Pennsylvania Association of Staff, Nurses, and Allied Professionals responding to a 2024 internal survey said that they have personally experienced violence in their workplace. That's up from 50% in 2021. 72% of respondents said their hospital or facility does not do a good job of protecting them from workplace violence. For every tragic incident of an attack on a healthcare worker that makes the news, countless others never get reported. Most of us have heard this story, though. On February 22nd, 2025, a tragic shooting unfolded at UPMC Memorial Hospital in York, PA, just 20 miles from here. A gunman entered the hospital's ICU armed with a semi-automatic pistol and zip ties. He took 4 hostages, including a doctor, a nurse, a custodian, and another staff member. During the incident, he opened fire, injuring 5 people. Sadly, West York Borough Police Officer Duarte was killed in the line of duty. The attack ended when that gunman was fatally killed by police. As of today, there are 2,095 signatures on a petition after that violent incident, calling to mandate comprehensive security measures at UPMC hospitals. The workers who signed that petition are asking for a well-implemented, rigorous security system with mandatory security guards and metal detectors at all entrances. Over and over again, healthcare workers are reporting that the managers who have been making the decisions about security systems are not keeping them safe. What will this bill change? There are currently no required standards or processes to address healthcare workplace violence in Pennsylvania. There are recommendations from OSHA for workplace violence prevention programs, but they are voluntary. Hospitals can and do choose to ignore them. This bill takes the essential recommendations from OSHA and enshrines them in state law. Rather than mandating specific procedures, this bill does not determine which actions or preventions a facility should take. It simply requires healthcare facilities to give the frontline workers a seat at the table, analyze the workplace violence risks, and come up with a plan to prevent them that has buy-in from both bedside caregivers as well as management. That just makes sense. At least 10 other states have passed legislation requiring facilities to establish committees and produce prevention plans, including a new law recently signed in Ohio by the governor in January to require hospitals to establish a security plan for preventing healthcare workplace violence and managing aggressive behaviors, along with a workplace violence incident reporting system. This is a bipartisan issue. Today, on the first day of Nurses Week, we have the chance to listen to what nurses on the front line are asking us to do. Please join me in voting yes on House Bill 926. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentlelady from Lackawanna, Representative Kozarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today with my colleague from Delaware County to support the passage of House Bill 926. When we talk about a workplace, the last place you would think would be a violent place to work would be in a healthcare setting. You know, I stand here and to shed some light on a crisis that has been silently escalating in one of our most vital sectors, healthcare. Think about that. The violence in the workplace is more prevalent, and some of these statistics are worth repeating. Violence in the workplace is more prevalent in the healthcare industry than in any other field. 73% of non-fatal workplace injuries and illnesses due to violence in 2018, 73%. That statistic is absurd when you think about who we're trying to protect. Healthcare workers who are taking care of our vulnerable population, those in need. We have to do better, and we have to make our workplace environment safer for those that are going into the front line to take care of us. This isn't just a statistic. These are not just statistics. These people that are trying to take care of our nurses, our therapists, our emergency room staff, dedicated professionals who have committed their lives to caring for others and who now face harm while simply trying to do their job. These are unacceptable statistics. That's why this bill, the Healthcare Workplace Violence Protection Act, it will require hospitals to set up safety committees focused on preventing workplace violence, provide paid time off for workers who serve on those committees, mandate risk assessments using outside experts if needed, require support and mental health services for anyone affected, and importantly, protect workers from relations when they need to report that violence. This is about creating a culture of safety and respect for people who take care of us. They deserve that much. We are here in the Capitol today. There are nurses and people in scrubs walking all over the halls of this place today. And they're telling stories, for years they've been telling stories, about violence that has occurred to them when they go to work. And I have been a nurse for 30 years. And I never had to go into an environment where I felt unsafe. This is happening at a more prevalent reported issues, and we need to do better here. And this bill, House Bill 926, will do just that. So I encourage all of you here to vote yes on House Bill 926.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Reminder to the members, keep conversations at a minimum so members deserve to be heard. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Representative Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've discussed the incident that occurred in my district a couple times. I will tell you, I asked the prime sponsor how this underlying bill would have impacted that incident during committee. The prime sponsor had zero answers how this bill would have stopped the horrific actions of that day. You see, the hospital in question already has a workplace violence committee established. The only thing left is the overregulation. More fines, more fees, more paperwork. By the way, another department providing oversight and more regulations on a highly overregulated industry to begin with wouldn't have solved the issue. It would not have stopped a gunman walking into the hospital, by the way, that showed zero anger up until that point. For weeks, the gunman talked to nurses, talked to the physician, talked to the physician assistant numerous times. Happened to be that day, that was the day. It was an unfortunate accident, and it was a random act of violence. Could have happened in the parking lot. Nothing in this bill would have fixed that. I want to be clear. Even the prime sponsor during committee elaborated, could not answer how this would have fixed that specific problem, as she stated in her opening comments that had this bill been in place, the incident would not have happened. So let's discuss what's actually in this bill. Number one, it creates a lot of new bureaucracy and paperwork. While it does little to reduce workplace violence in health facilities, this bill literally papers over the problem. There'll be mandated committees, risk assessments, quarterly meetings, annual reports, subpoenas, and administrative fines. What does any of this do to disincentivize violent offenders from attacking healthcare employees? Violence against health employees is certainly a real problem in some places, but this bill does nothing to actually punish the offenders. And by the way, the offenders are sometimes patients and family and friends of patients. They're people that live in your community. Some healthcare facilities and security contractors may fear lawsuits if someone takes action to protect an employee from violence. We offered a solution and actually provided relief from lawsuits against someone who acts to protect employees. Think about that. Private security at hospitals, and law enforcement entities who are created at hospitals have no protection for actually protecting those they serve. House Bill 26 will lead to backdoor staffing requirements for these facilities. Staffing ratios has been very controversial when passed in this body. But let's be honest about the intent. This bill sneaks staffing requirements into law through a workplace violence committee. The committees will be required to conduct annual risk assessments, and one of the factors evaluated will be adequate staffing. The committee will then be made up of mandatory plans to address all the issues found in the risk assessments. By the way, creating statutory law. Whatever that committee sets, L&I has to abide by, inspect and penalize facilities for failure to comply with the mandatory violence prevention plans. So again, more fines, more compliance, more costs in the healthcare industry, which does not make anybody healthier. So OSHA's general duty clause requires that employers provide a workplace, quote, free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm, end quote. While OSHA does not have a specific workplace violence standard, they do have guidelines that an employer can be cited under OSHA's general duty clause if violence is a recognized hazard in the workplace. The facilities are already licensed by the Department of Health. This bill also brings in Department of Labor and Industry, which has no relevant experience regulating healthcare facilities. All these facilities receive Medicare and Medicaid dollars, so they're regulated by federal agencies on top of it. They're regulated by Department of Health, Department of Ag, they have food services. This bill creates a private relief of action, which includes relief from medical expenses, lost wages, and among other things. It allows L&I to order restitution, and under workers' comp law, an employee who is injured on the job would be able to receive WC workers' comp benefits. This bill could allow employees to double, even triple dip into remedies for workplace violence. This is a big cost, which we provided a solution yesterday to get to the end result to try to deal with violence in workplace and hospitals under a rational plan to protect patients, protect employees, and protect those police officers and security officials at hospitals from doing their job. I was asked for a no vote because of all this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Hohenstein.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but the last speaker brought up a couple different things I want to make sure we're addressing. I've said before that we have to trust the nurses. Nurses, in particular, are a profession that most of us know and understand are in it for the service and the work to support our communities. And in particular, the nurses and other healthcare professionals who have been pushing for this bill in particular are motivated by that sense of service to make an entire community safer. They're not just asking to make themselves safer, they're asking for us to help make an entire community safer. Now, one of the points that was brought up by the previous speaker was this isn't going to disincentivize anyone who's going to attack healthcare workers. What we need to do is have things that will increase punishment and penalties. We know in our studies of criminal justice that increased punishment is not a deterrent to violence. What is a deterrent to violence is the establishment of safe systems, safe places, and spaces where people can be more easily protected, which is what this bill is doing. When we look to solve the problems that a particular community, a particular industry, or a particular workforce is having, our best solutions come from that workforce itself. And so the idea here is that the committees that will be established between nurses, healthcare workers, doctors, administrators, everyone involved will create the best and most secure solution. So House Bill 926 seeks to protect our healthcare workers. And for me, on a personal level, this comes during Nursing Week. And I've got a brother who's a nurse, and I have a sister-in-law, God rest her soul, who was a nurse. And today is her birthday, so I'll be voting yes for Karen today.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been the privilege of my professional life to be an emergency physician and care for those in their time of need. But as an emergency physician with my colleagues, the emergency nurses, I've been on the front line of violence that has been perpetrated against healthcare professionals. In my case, it has happened multiple times. I've been the subject of verbal abuse. I've had threats made against me in the emergency department. And most egregiously, I've had patients who have swung at me and have nearly injured me quite severely. And sometimes among health professionals, there is a feeling that this is just part of the job. But it can't be just part of the job. And across our Commonwealth, every day, health professionals are subject to violence. And we often talk in this body about the need for more health professionals and more affordable and accessible health care. And at its fundamental root is the need to understand that when health professionals are not empowered in their workplace to deal with their work conditions, most fundamentally related to safety, we will no longer have health professionals who are going to be able to care for us and our constituents in their time of need. The gentleladies from Delaware County and Lackawanna County have put forward legislation that is a critical step in our state to enact protections for health professionals against violence. It is a first step. It is not the only step that we need to take. We absolutely need to prioritize among prosecutors that crimes that have violence that are perpetrated against health professionals are a priority. We need to fund our hospitals so that they have the resources they need related to security. But the reality is that it starts with my fellow physicians, our emergency nurses, and my fellow health professionals every day having power in their workplace to deal with violence. I absolutely ask, under these circumstances, for everyone to vote for House Bill 926.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 124, the nays 79. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The House stands in recess until 3:50 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 3:50 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair refers the following bills. Clerk will read.
Referrals, May 6, 2025. House Bill 1331, House Bill 1332, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1336, House Bill 1337, House Bill 1338, House Bill 1339, House Bill 1340, all those to appropriations. House Bill 1418, Game and Fisheries, and House Bill 1417 to state government.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1117, printer's number 1298 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for powers and duties.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentlelady from Lancaster, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully request an affirmative vote on House Bill 1117. Words matter, and when our laws reflect compassion and dignity and evidence-based understanding that reduce and create a more supportive environment for individuals seeking treatment and long-term recovery, we're all in better shape. So this legislation updates the Department of Drug and Alcohol Program's statutory language by replacing outdated and stigmatizing terms with more recovery-oriented, person-first terminology. I'd like to thank my colleague from Carbon County for his input in extending the timeline for updating the department's state plan, allowing for a more effective long-term planning while preserving the use of annual reports to share key developments and to address urgent needs. These are meaningful and necessary updates, and I ask for your support.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 2. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 81, printer's number 0032 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits additional fees on consumers.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea for this legislation came from my constituents, as all great ideas for legislation do, to really focus upon how do we ensure that all of our constituents get a fair shake in managing their financial lives. The stories that I've heard from my constituents are that they may receive fees over the course of the year up to $100 or more as a result of what are charges for simply receiving a paper account statement. The legislation is carefully crafted to ensure that businesses can incentivize electronic delivery of statements, but it does not allow for a fee simply for receiving a mailed statement. And this is critically important for our constituents, and especially the senior citizens, those with limited internet access, and frankly, those who simply have organized their lives over a long period of time to receive paper financial statements. In our state, already, the Public Utilities Commission requires that utilities not charge fees for paper statements. This legislation simply extends that to other financial institutions and businesses. I want to thank the gentleman from Beaver County and from Dauphin County for their partnership on this legislation, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 123, the nays are 80. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 265, printers number 0210 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows education support professionals to qualify for unemployment during school breaks between 2 successive academic terms or years.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This chamber overwhelmingly supports our unemployment compensation program. It helps millions of people get back on their feet who unexpectedly lost their jobs. However, we must remember the program's intended focus. According to the PA Department of Labor and Industry's website, unemployment compensation is money paid to workers who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own. Unemployment compensation is intended to be temporary, to provide wage benefits for individuals as they actively seek new employment. Unemployment compensation is meant as a bridge for those who need it, not a supplemental for part-time work. HB 265 would allow education support employees to seek unemployment benefits for periods when school is out of session. I think we can all agree that this type of employment comes with the reasonable expectation that there is no work when school is not in session. I would respectfully suggest this legislation directly contradicts the fundamental purpose of unemployment compensation and opens a Pandora's box to supplement the income of Pennsylvania's 1.1 million part-time employees. I think it would be inappropriate to stretch the focus of our unemployment compensation program in this way, especially considering the fact that we already have an incredibly overstressed unemployment compensation system. I think it is unwise to expand this program outside of its original intent and risk overstressing an already overworked system. I ask for a no vote on HB 265. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Powell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize the importance of this bill. Our bill, HB 265, ensures that paraprofessionals, our bus drivers, our lunch folks, the folks that ensure that our school districts run smoothly and that our kids are safe and taken care of, that these critical professionals are supported in the summer months where they are not able to make a salary. We have shortages all across this Commonwealth. Bus drivers that are missing, routes that aren't able to be seen through because we don't have enough support staff. It is imperative that we pass this bill, as several other states have, to ensure that we can attract and retain talented staff who ensure that our kids are safe at school and that we have school districts across the Commonwealth that support our youngest Pennsylvanians. Thank you so much for your affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's interesting about this bill is the unintended consequence it's likely to have, which personally I'm okay with, and that is that many of the high percentage of school districts already outsource their busing services. A lot of them outsource cafeteria, janitorial as well, I assume. Those private companies already have to pay unemployment benefits to those drivers and other workers during the summer. School buses actually cannot be used for any other purpose, so the private sector folks are already paying these benefits. You might ask yourself, why is it that the School Bus Association supports this bill? I don't know for sure, but I got a guess is that it's going to increase costs to the school districts, which will in turn give them further incentive to outsource these services, thus eliminating even more union jobs. So for that reason, I will vote no because the concept is bad, and I think all of my conservative allies would think I had lost my mind. But I suspect this is actually going to serve to eliminate more union jobs by incentivizing more districts to outsource these services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 105, the nays are 98. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 355, printers number 1596 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases the grading for convictions of corruption of minor in cases where the perpetrator is a person of authority like a law enforcement officer or an employee or volunteer at a school.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentleman from Chester, Representative Pielli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, it is an unfortunate truth that too often people in authority in our society who should serve as mentors and role models abuse their position and prey on our children. A recent large-scale multi-state survey of high school graduates found that educators' sexual misconduct is widespread. Of the 6,632 participants surveyed, nearly 12% reported experiencing at least one form of educator sexual misconduct during grades K through 12. Though reporting rates are traditionally low, of those that are reported, many cases do not result in a conviction or significant sentencing. Nationally, over the last few years, nearly 1,900 state and local enforcement officers were charged with child sexual abuse crimes. Experts believe that there are so many more instances that go unreported due to the fear of retribution, shame, and lack of victim support. Of those that were reported, many of these perpetrators received lesser plea deals. The truth is, those who should know better are not necessarily being held to the proper standard, and that is not right. This is not the way our justice system should function. We hold those who protect and educate our children to the highest standard. Violation of that standard deserves appropriate penalties to ensure that those who use their authority to prey on a child are punished, and hopefully to ensure that these abuses never happen again. We tell our children not to trust strangers. We tell our children what they should do when a stranger approaches them. But we also tell our children that they can trust their teacher, that they can trust a police officer. How can we allow those who break that sacred trust to those they're supposed to serve, to their community, to continue to benefit from the institutional leniencies that they do not deserve and that we have seen over the years? This bill would provide for extra accountability should a person in a trusted position of authority over children decide to use their influence or their position to harm a child that they should instead be helping. Our most precious resource as a community, as a nation, is our children. As such, it is imperative that we take steps to keep them as safe as possible from predators who might abuse their position to irreparably harm them. I want to thank all of those who've come out in support of this legislation. This is truly a bipartisan bill, to include Chairman Briggs and the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor and the original author of this bill in the last session, Representative Dorsey, for all of his help with this bill. It was his commitment, it was his caring, and his perseverance that enabled this bill to go forward. And finally, most importantly, I'd like to thank the brave young woman, Grace McGee, who is here with us today, and her father, who had the courage to come forward and share her story to Rep. Dorsey and myself, and in turn, put a face of strength and resilience to all those victims that had to endure such injustice, but choose to live another day and fight for what is right and good. Thank you, Grace, and thank you, colleagues. Please vote yes on this bill.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislative journey of House Bill 355 began in my district office a few years ago. I took a meeting with my constituent, Chris, and I listened to a tragic story of manipulation, deception, and depravity, ultimately the preying on of a young person, his daughter, all from another who was in a position of power, in this case, a police officer. The sentence in this case of predatory corruption didn't seem to match the crime. The leniency shown was appalling. We both agreed, Chris and I, that something had to be done to help future victims. It became apparent in a legislative sense that minor victims, in particular cases where their offender is a person who we hold up in our society as a leader or a mentor, should be treated differently. These cases should be met with a harsher penalty. So the concept of House Bill 355 was born. Chris's resilience and his daughter Grace's bravery in advocating for victims is certainly worth honoring. Without their help and the leadership of my colleague, Representative Pielli, we wouldn't be here today. I'd like to thank Chris and Grace, who are here today, for their persistence, tenacity, and compassion for victims. I'd like to thank Representative Pielli for the collaboration, the work that went into the final product, but most importantly, his sensitivity and concern for victims. And I want to thank you all for please considering this bill favorably as we vote on its passage. I implore you to remember the victims of those in authority who abuse their power to prey on minors. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Frequently, I am in opposition to any kind of sentencing enhancement because too often we talk about sentencing enhancements here as if they are a deterrent to the behavior, and that is not the case. But what this bill does is recognizes that there is a subset of people in our state that have been given a public trust, and that when they betray that public trust, it is especially egregious and needs to be held to account to a higher level. And that is the whole purpose of a sentencing enhancement, is to recognize that additional accountability is necessary. So I would ask for your support on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 378, printer's number 1599 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill streamlines the child custody determination factors.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, the gentlelady from Montgomery, Representative Hanbidge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 378 seeks to modernize and streamline the factors used by judges in making custody decisions. Until 2011, custody orders in Pennsylvania were very brief. An order might read primary custody to father with every other weekend to mother, and nothing else. The custody factors adopted in 2011 require judges to explain every aspect of their custody decision using 16 different factors when determining child custody. While the factors gave welcome insight to litigants trying to work out the court's decision-making process in their cases, redundancies, lack of clarity, and other issues with the factors have caused some confusion, and this legislature's Joint State Commission Advisory Committee on Domestic Relations Law has been working since 2020 to achieve improvements to the law. Act 8 of 2024, known as Kayden's Law, explicitly included in the factors vital protections against child abuse, and this update in no way impacts the important steps we took in passing Kayden's Law. The current 16-factor process can be complex, leading to confusion among families, attorneys, and even judges. For example, one factor examines the availability of extended family, but courts are unclear on what that means and how it should be weighed. No one knows if that means whether a parent involvement in a child and their extended family is a good thing or a bad thing, or if there should be extended family available for childcare. Unclear factors such as these make custody proceedings unnecessarily costly and convoluted. This bill aims to simplify and clarify these factors, making the process more efficient. House Bill 378 mirrors the Joint State Government Commission's Task Force on Domestic Relation Law's recommendations in reducing these factors. The revised system outlined in this bill incorporates the essence of the current 16 factors while making the process cleaner and more concise for all parties involved. While waiting for and preparing for protected custody litigation is costly for families in terms of time and expense, we often forget that those bearing the greatest cost are the children who are stuck in the middle. Being caught between fighting parents and sometimes even grandparents is harmful to children, and delaying resolution in those cases because of redundancies is something we as a legislative body can help courts overcome. I'm grateful for the work of all involved in refining and improving this legislation and hope that we can soon provide relief to courts, litigants, and most importantly, the children impacted in these cases. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 789, printer's number 0813 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill expands the CPACE program by adding electric vehicle charging infrastructure as an eligible project type.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To save some time, I'm going to submit my comments for the record.
The chair and the body thanks you. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 107, the nays 96. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 820, printer's number 0824 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill implements a working Pennsylvania tax credit to give working families a percentage of their federal earned income tax credit.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady from Chester, Representative Sappi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of those in our state who work, and House Bill 820, the Working Pennsylvanians Tax Credit. Like most of us, I was raised to believe that work was a good thing, that it was admirable to hold a job and to endeavor to advance myself. I was taught that I could achieve goals such as saving toward a car or a home, providing for children, and that there was a better life outcome through work. Many Pennsylvanians still believe this, but no one can deny it's getting harder and harder. These working families, who it's important to note, earn too much to qualify for government social safety net programs. They often teeter on the verge of not being able to pay the rent on time or pay other bills, sometimes forced to make tough choices, such as this week's child care payment or missing out on wages to stay home with the child. Their financial stability is rocked by unexpected expenses like a car repair or medical expense. A state-earned income tax credit for these vital working families could make a huge difference to the family and to our state. State-earned income tax credits encourage low-wage workers to get additional education or training to boost their employability and earning power. And they help to low, moderate income earners keep more of their wages. A state-earned income tax credit is also capped on income. In other words, you may qualify, but when you advance and earn more, which is what we want for these families, you would no longer be eligible for a state-earned income tax credit. The Prenatal to 3 Policy Impact Center at Vanderbilt University reports evidence that state EITCs improve birth outcomes. They incentivize labor force participation and increase the economic security of families with infants and toddlers. The United Way of Pennsylvania reports that for every $1 we spend, $4 come back in revenue. And we save $3 on social safety net spending. We often talk about economic growth and being competitive with other states in this building. We talk about supporting large and small businesses and incentivizing new industries to come to Pennsylvania. 31 other states offer an earned income tax credit. We should be supporting the hardworking employees of these businesses too. It's a smart investment. We can incentivize workers to come and stay in our state and contribute each and every day here. We should value those who are working and striving for financial independence and a middle-class life. So today, I hope you'll join me by saying, in Pennsylvania, we value people, we value work. When Pennsylvanians move forward, we all do. I'd like to thank the United Way of Pennsylvania, Vanderbilt University, current and past members of the House who have helped very much in getting this legislation to where it is today. I respectfully urge a yes vote on House Bill 820. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Normally, I'm opposed to tax credits where the government unwisely inserts itself into the private sector, picking winners and losers by giving incentives and unfair advantage to some industries and entities over others. But this is not that type of tax credit. This is a tax credit, basically a tax cut to the most deserving in our society, the working poor. And I believe we have, to the maker's point, it provides a great return on investment because it enables people to get off of public assistance, go to work, continue to better themselves, and in so doing, it provides a very strong return on investment. This is one of the problems, by the way, with the IFO not having dynamic modeling. They'll talk about the cost of this bill at $600 million, which is substantial on the surface, but what they don't point out is the return on investment that we think will be 3 to 4 times that in savings to the Commonwealth. It also increases participation in the workforce, which is incredibly important with the worker shortage that we experience. And it incentivizes and rewards work. In this case, again, the most deserving, in my opinion, of Pennsylvanians. And so I commend the maker and strongly support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman, recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the Minority Leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Three foundational principles that I believe have contributed to my ideology over the years. One is that we need more people working. Two is that we all should be paying less taxes. And three is that the less money the government has to waste, the better. This bill, I believe, accomplishes those three conservative objectives, and I am happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 185, the nays 18. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 993, printers number 1598, on page 4 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs to oversee the design of a veteran-owned business logo and develop an application for its use and display.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Inglis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many veterans returning from their honorable service, it is a natural transition to utilize their leadership skills by becoming entrepreneurs in our communities. A uniform, veteran-owned logo will not only show community members the continued contributions of veterans in our local economies, but it will also give consumers the chance to support veterans in a direct way, giving thanks to those who have given us so much. House Bill 993 will also streamline communication of services, trainings, and benefits available to veterans while raising voluntary contributions to the Veterans Trust Fund. We as a Commonwealth need to do more to ensure that veterans across the country know that they are welcomed and in fact encouraged to move to Pennsylvania and call it their home. And I believe this program supports that endeavor, bringing more valued leaders to our communities. I hope this bill can provide another symbol in addition to the yellow ribbon that recognizes veterans not just during times of war and service, but as they continue in a return to civilian life. I'd like to thank my co-prime sponsor, the gentleman from Clarion County, who worked with me on this bill. Representative Bashline and I worked closely to deliver a product that we were proud of. And lastly, as the proud son of a Navy veteran himself, myself, Senior Chief John C. Ingalls Jr., I'm proud that my first bill to be voted on is one that helps veterans, along with thanking Representative Bashline for his 12 years of service to the National Guard. I urge a yes vote on House Bill 993, and thank you for your time.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Clarion, Representative Bashline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to voice my support for House Bill 993, a bill I'm proud to have worked on alongside the good gentleman from Allegheny County. I want to take a moment to honor and support the brave men and women who have worn the uniform of our armed forces. Our military veterans. Their commitment to defending our freedoms, often at great personal sacrifice, stands as a testament to the values that define our nation: courage, discipline, and selflessness. But their service doesn't end when they leave the military. In fact, for many veterans, a new chapter begins, one where they transition their leadership, teamwork, and problem-solving skills in the world of business. Whether they start their own companies, take on key roles in existing organizations, or mentor the next generation of leaders, veterans continue to serve, this time as the backbone of our economy. So let us not only thank them for their military service, but also support them as entrepreneurs, executives, and builders of our shared future. Because when we empower veterans in business, we strengthen the Commonwealth itself. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 203, the nays 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1057, printers number 1148 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for river pilot rate adjustments.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. U.S. maritime law requires that every foreign ship and every U.S. ship engaged in foreign trade to have a river pilot aboard while approaching or leaving port. We have one of those in the Delaware River station in Philadelphia. This bill basically updates the charges that those pilots are allowed to charge to the vessels in which they are piloting safely up and down the Delaware River. And I would encourage you, if you've not been down to tour with the river pilots, they're a really neat group of people. They'll take you out on a boat and give you a good overview of what the operation is. I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 986, printers number 1076 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides consumer protection against unfair realty agreements for homeowners.
It's the chair's understanding that Representative Kephart will be withdrawing both amendments that he offered. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 992, printers number 1083 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 30 to change the composition of the Pennsylvania Boating Advisory Board.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Maloney offers Amendment A00483. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really a simple amendment that allows more involvement for the House and the Senate to choose 4 out of the 5 members of the volunteers. The 5th one would be the governor. And that's simply the gist and why this amendment really has, from what I have spoken statewide, has received no opposition. The 5 members that presently are on that position would serve their time and complete it. So that's the whole makeup of the amendment, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman, the prime sponsor of the underlying legislation, gentleman from Delaware, Representative Deloso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The crux of House Bill 992 was to reduce some redundancy in the commission. And as much as I deeply respect my good friend and representative from Berks County, he's a skillful sportsman, but in this instant case, I'm going to ask for a no vote on his amendment. It is not agreed to. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1200, printers number 1578 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the legalization and regulation of adult use cannabis.
Will the House agree to the bill? Chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 27, Amendment A00578. The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20, Amendment A00534. Representative Frankel offers Amendment A00523. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Frankel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply creates consistency in our DUI law between adult use cannabis and medical cannabis users. So we want to make sure that we're being consistent, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Lawrence County. Gentleman waves off. Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays 100. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A00524. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be pulling that amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment 00525. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be pulling that amendment as well.
Chair recognizes Representative Lawrence, who offers amendment A00528. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will pull that amendment and also 529.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Lawrence, who offers amendment A00531. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will pull that amendment as well.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Lawrence offers amendment A00527. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I do not wish to overstate the gravity of the amendment before us. The very few votes that we take on this floor have the potential of impacting every single municipality in this state for generations to come. This amendment offers the citizens of this state and the residents of each municipality we represent the opportunity to speak into the issue before us. This amendment would allow for a local voter referendum to establish state-run cannabis stores in municipalities, exactly like the law already provides for referendums on state-run liquor stores and other alcohol issues. Mr. Speaker, we are not here today to debate the liquor code, and I know that there are things that all of us would change in that law if we had the opportunity. But the fact remains that local referendums have been in effect for wet and dry municipalities for nearly 100 years. The process is not perfect, but it works. And importantly, it gives people a voice in what happens in their own community. And we've seen local options elsewhere, including in gaming, gambling industry. Their local municipalities have also been given the opportunity to speak into newly established operations. I would encourage an affirmative vote on Amendment A00527 to ensure local municipalities and people across the Commonwealth have a voice to speak into the establishment of cannabis stores in their own municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the prime sponsor of the underlying bill, gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I respect the maker of this amendment and his commitment to ensuring community control, the underlying bill already has mechanisms in place regarding communities having a say in a decision in regards to the placement of dispensaries. This amendment actually provides less flexibility in terms of communities making a decision on dispensaries, and so I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes gentleman Chester, Representative Lawrence for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respect the maker of the bill. I certainly respect the process that is before us in the House here today. I'd like to speak a little bit with regard to, I believe what the gentleman is alluding to, the language that's currently in the legislation, which is also taken directly out of the Liquor Code. Imagine that the Liquor Control Board proposes to establish a cannabis store in a neighborhood in your municipality, a municipality you represent, and some of your neighbors have an objection. Now, what is the process in House Bill 1200 as it stands today? You can look it up. It's on page 62 of the bill. Here's what's allowed under the bill. Under the bill, once the Liquor Control Board announces a location for a cannabis store and gives notice, a 5-day clock starts. 5 days. 100 taxpayers, that's the word used in the bill, 100 taxpayers who live within a quarter mile of the proposed location for the cannabis store have 5 days to file an action in county court. The only argument that those 100 taxpayers can offer, according to the law, House Bill 1200, on page 63, the only argument that they can make is that the proposed cannabis store is too close to a church, a school, or a house. These 100 residents who have to live within a quarter mile of the location and have gotten their act together in 5 short days to file a motion in court, they cannot argue, they cannot, under the law that's being proposed here, under the bill, argue that this location for the cannabis store is too close to a Little League ball field. They can't argue that it's too close to a rehab center. They can't argue that it's too close to a library. They cannot argue that they don't want to see a cannabis store in their municipality. They are limited to those 3 provisions. Now, after the hearing's over, in the bill, the county court must immediately render a decision that is not subject to appeal. It's in the bill. If the residents lose, that's it. It's over. But here's the thing, even if they win, House Bill 1200 as written requires the board. It is a shall provision. It requires the board to find another location in the same municipality. Now, colleagues, very respectfully, this provision is far from local control. Giving people 5 days to act, and not just anyone in the municipality, only people who live 440 yards from the proposed location. Giving them 5 days to argue on a very limited basis before a court that offers no appeal, and even if they prevail, requires the board to proceed elsewhere in the same community, that, respectfully, is not local control. Now, my amendment does not stop this legislation. It simply asks the people of your community, the people of a second-class township, that small borough in your district. The amendment respects the people of every municipality in Pennsylvania to weigh the pros and cons of cannabis stores in their communities. There's nothing more democratic than a voter referendum. It is the purest form of democracy, and maybe we should have more referendums on more issues in this state, but for today, the issue before us is House Bill 1200. The process that's outlined in this bill is exactly the same as the process. It's right out of the Liquor Code, just as the language that the gentleman referred to earlier is out of the Liquor Code. It simply provides the opportunity for a referendum on the ballot to ask the residents of a municipality if they would like to have cannabis stores in that municipality or not. This vote, as I said earlier, I don't want to overstate the gravity of this vote. This vote that we are taking now will have an impact on the communities of this Commonwealth for generations to come. I would strongly encourage an affirmative vote on Amendment A00527. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays 102. The amendment fails. Representative Barger offers amendment A00540. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Barger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Bernstein offers Amendment A00546. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is very straightforward in nature. This amendment basically says that we should have drug testing for those that are using marijuana. I think that the vast majority of Pennsylvanians think it makes sense that people should not be high while teaching children. So if you think it's a good idea to be high while teaching children, then you can oppose this amendment. If you think it's a bad idea to be high while teaching children, then you can go ahead and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentleman from Lawrence rise? Gentleman's in order, may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll withdraw this amendment and work on this moving forward to make sure that people don't teach our kids while they're high. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair's understanding all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair is in receipt of a letter from Representative Topper, gentleman from the 78th District, and Representative O'Neill from Washington County. Request for a recorded vote on House Bill 1200. The undersigned members would, pursuant to House Rule 62, Article 2, subsection 12 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, request a recorded vote on second consideration of the House Bill 1200. In addition, they would request that, pursuant to House Bill 66, the vote be taken by the electronic roll system. On the motion to agree, House Bill 1200 on second consideration, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the motion. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 96, House Bill 103, House Bill 504, House Bill 754, House Bill 986, House Bill 992, House Bill 1200. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 433, House Bill 818, House Bill 1062, House Bill 1103, House Bill 1144. For what purpose does the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein, rise?
To correct the record, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is in order, may proceed.
House Bill 820, I was recorded in the yes. I should be recorded in the no.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Your motion will be spread across the record. Chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Inglis, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, May 7, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Butler rise, Representative Shalaba?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to correct the record.
Gentlelady is in order, may proceed.
Thank you. I was recorded as a yes on HB 820. I should have been recorded as a no.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Your remarks will be spread across the record. Are there any other corrective record? Seeing none. The question reoccurs on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.